Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines of the Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison. Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Kármán line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan, we see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis II mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel as someone who, you know, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy, Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis II mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft Integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity, any words on that momentary prop caution?
And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard Integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. A successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone, and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and aboard to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our aero visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting. This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We've had a good main engine cutoff, core stage separation, and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the Spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into the burn attitude. This is where the RL-10 engine of the ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Capcom Stan Love rating up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from channel 1, standing by for confirmation that that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and as at least watching to confirm that that switch has occurred. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that we're heading towards, not too long from now, we're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day.
Of a successful USS-2 burn, upper stage separation. This view live from Orion. You can see on the right the solar array. You also heard some calls from Capcom Amy Dill to the crew about some cautions that they will see aboard the spacecraft that they're looking into on the reaction control system thrusters, and no action is needed from the crew at this time.
USS-2 burn execution. Confirm you will complete remaining post-burn reconfig, and we will exit the procedure.
We concur. We'll take it from here.
Copy, thank you.
With proximity operations complete and the upper stage separation burn complete as well, we are now looking to the ICPS, or interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Houston Integrity, I'm going to request to suppress the SEMA 300.
Copy and checking. And Reed, we will suppress from the ground the CMS 300 caution.
Houston, integrity, very low priority. Let me know when you have 2 minutes for boom mic troubleshooting.
We have the time.
Okay, Amy, as we're learning how to use this mic, I'm talking in a conversational level with the mic about a half a centimeter from my mouth. How do you hear me right now?
Sean, let's tell him it's definitely better, 3 or 4 by 5.
It's a bit better. It's about 3 or 4 by 5.
Okay, Amy, and now I am talking to you with the tip of the boom mic pressed against my upper lip, so I have lip contact on the mic. How's this now?
5 by 5.
Okay, I will let the crew know. Thank you.
We copy. In Integrity Houston on 1, whenever you're ready, we do have some toilet troubleshooting actions for you.
Okay, Houston, we copy on toilet. We have 1 stowage delta for you. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
We're ready for stowage delta.
Very, very simple. The PWD cover is in Foxtrot 2, not Foxtrot 3.
We copy.
Okay, Amy, just give us about 2 minutes and we'll be ready for the toilet orders.
Standing by.
And we have confirmation that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage burn has started. Again, this is a disposal burn. The ICPS will re-enter Earth's atmosphere and harmlessly burn up over the Pacific Ocean. Additionally, we are expecting the CubeSats to be released soon. These will be released from the Orion stage adapter on the Space Launch System upper stage into a high Earth orbit, where they will conduct an orbital maneuver to reach their own desired orbit. These are 5 CubeSats from space agencies including Germany, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Argentina. They have their own distinct objectives completely separate from NASA's mission. And these CubeSats are shoebox-sized payloads that have the potential to expand our knowledge of the space environment. The German Space Agency, or DLR's Tacheles CubeSat, will measure effects of the space environment on electrical components to inform technologies for lunar vehicles. The Korea Aerospace Administration, or CASA's KRAD Cube, will use a dosimeter made of human-like tissue to measure space radiation and biological effects across the Van Allen radiation belts. The Saudi Space Agency's Saudi Geomagnetosphere Satellite, or SHMS CubeSat, will measure space weather at a range of distances from Earth. And Argentina's Comisión Nacional de Actividades Espaciales, or CONE, has a CubeSat called Etna, which will assess radiation shielding methods, measuring Earth's radiation spectrum, collecting GPS data, and validating a long-range communications link. By working with other countries to fly these,
Houston's here.
Hey, Amy. Without knowing what's going on later this day, how important is the 4K encoder setup?
Checking.
Integrity Houston on 1 for timeline big picture.
All 4 crew members are here, Jeff.
Fantastic. Hey, it's been a great day, guys, and we're going to try and get you to bed a little bit early today. We do want to do the 4K encoder setup as well as the toilet troubleshooting. I don't think it'll take very long. Ideally, we'd get that done here in the next hour or so, along with the conferences, and then get you guys to bed a little bit early. That's what we're thinking down here.
Jeff, that all sounds great to us. I have a couple pieces of information if you have no further updates.
All right, we're ready to copy.
All right, just how we're going to break up the crew right now to handle this. Victor is the lead for suit drying and suit stowage. And we show that we have had glove swap for about 15 minutes, so we could probably move on there. How copy?
We copy.
Okay, Jeremy is going to be the cabin config supervisor. He is going to get into cabin config, but as his first activity, he is going to get a power chain set up with the Cobalt brick, and then he will work 4K encoder, and I will help him. How copy?
We copy.
Christina is going to work the toilet troubleshooting with you, so when you all are ready, if you are happy with what Ike, with what Victor and Jeremy are doing, I will hand the comm and the toilet lead over to Christina.
Copy, stand by for data rate change.
This view inside Mission Control Houston, specifically Artemis Mission Control, as the crew was reporting down some of their tasks that they're continuing to work on at the end of this flight day. It's been a very busy day for the crew so far, again waking up about 8 hours before liftoff, which was now 5 hours and 5 minutes ago. After a successful ride to orbit, they saw the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, and got into the proximity operations demonstration. They then conducted the upper stage separation burn to depart the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's put us into our current configuration. The crew is working inside the cabin to configure it, configure where they will stow their suits, and we'll eventually get into some pre-sleep and sleep opportunities before the apogee raise burn in the middle of the night. That'll actually be the perigee raise burn in the middle of the night. They will wake up from a brief nap and monitor that perigee raise burn before getting some more sleep and starting their next flight day tomorrow.
Integrity Houston, back with you.
Amy, we have you loud and clear.
Same, and last we copied is that Christina will work toilet troubleshooting.
That's a good read, and I'm ready for those words when you are.
Okay, Christina, first, we do not think empty oxone beads were installed for launch, so we do not suspect a blockage. We think it could be a priming issue. So the first thing we'd like you to do is to verify the toilet air filter barrier is removed. And I have a step number from toilet step and activation procedure if you need it. Let us know when that's complete, and then we're going to power cycle the toilet from the ground and have further steps for you.
Okay, I copy all. Before we continue, are we go to swap the suit drying? And correction, are we go to terminate the suit drying?
Go for suit drying termination.
Copy. And Amy, for the air filter barrier removal, is that the nominal removal that's in the toilet setup and activation procedure that I ran?
Affirm, it was step 5.
Yes, I did complete that step.
Copy, standby.
Let them know we're repowering, and once that's done, it will be attempt to use.
Okay, copy. We are going to power cycle the toilet, and then we'll give you a call back to attempt reactivation with removing the urine hose from the cradle and allowed to run for 1 minute. And then we would also like you to have available 250 milliliters of water. And we're not ready for that yet. We'll let you know when the power cycle is complete.
Copy.
Crew aboard Orion, specifically Christina Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist, continuing to troubleshoot the issues they saw earlier with the toilet. The teams here on the ground are relaying up instructions on how to resolve that situation.
Integrity Houston for cab camera 2.
Go ahead.
Hey, Christina, for your and the crew's awareness, you may see the cab camera 2 light turn on. We are not streaming video. We're just getting a listing of files.
Copy.
And Integrity Houston for Christina and toilet troubleshooting.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christina, we're ready for you to attempt reactivation of toilet by removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, and then if that's joy, you can deactivate toilet and give us a call.
Copy, and understand I'm not putting the water in the funnel this time.
Correct. Not yet. Not for this time.
In work.
Capcom Amy Dill relaying some words to NASA astronaut Christina Cook on how to troubleshoot the toilet issue they experienced earlier. We should hear shortly the resolution of that issue. This view from Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, now 5 hours and 14 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System.
Houston, integrity, test complete, good status light, good flow for the entire test.
Okay.
Good news, Christina, and we are discussing next step. Stand by.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting they had a successful test of the toilet.
And Integrity Houston, Christina for toilet troubleshooting next step.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to have you reactivate toilet with the removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute. then add 250 milliliters of water, and then allow it to run for at least another 30 seconds and report how that went.
In work.
Continuing to execute those tests to make sure the toilet is up and running properly. Also on the timeline for the crew tonight is an AGA reading, or an anomaly gas analyzer checkout. They will test the air inside the cabin. They do this a couple of times a day to make sure that the environment inside the Orion spacecraft is as we expect. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard Orion. It is a test flight, and so we're testing every single specification possible in preparation for future missions.
Houston Integrity, good checkout.
Okay, excellent news, Christina, and we are discussing if there's anything further we need.
As you heard, NASA astronaut Christina Cook called down to the ground. She had a second good checkout of the toilet, and teams here are discussing whether they want to pursue any further steps. And at this time, we expect those 4 secondary CubeSat payloads that were on the Space Launch System are expected to have completed their deployment based on their own timers. Now, we don't have direct confirmation of this, but the payload teams will be able to communicate with and track their CubeSats.
Integrity Houston for toilet status.
Go.
Happy to report that toilet is go for use. We do recommend letting the system get up to operating speed before donating fluid, and then let it run a little bit after donation.
We are cheers all around, and we will do that. Regarding the same, we have one CCU that will need to be emptied.
We thought you might, so we went ahead and warmed up the heater, so you're good to empty the CCU at your convenience.
We copy all. Thank you.
And correction, we actually want you to hold off for now on the CCU emptying for potential GNC impact. So we'll let you know when we're ready for that.
Understood.
Further confirmation from the ground teams and crew that the toilet issues have been resolved and that the crew will be go to use the toilet as normally planned. I'm NASA's PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio here in Artemis Mission Control, and I'm joined by Dave Dennemiller. He is the Deputy Manager for Orion Guidance, Navigation, and Control. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So tell me about your role, and I believe you just came from the MER, is that right?
Yeah, we just came from the MER. I lead a team of people who developed the guidance, navigation, and control system for Orion. It's kind of a mouthful, but basically, where are we? How do we get to where we want to go? And how do we control the vehicle? We work hand in hand with the people in this room, the flight controllers, and we developed the ProxOps demo and all the other flight ops that we're doing on Artemis II.
Well, now that we're through the ProxOps demo, I would love to hear about what your team was hoping to learn during that demonstration.
Yeah, it's a very important data collection activity on Artemis II. There are basically three categories of things we wanted to learn. Controlling the vehicle involves a whole loop of hardware, software, and people. So we start with the docking camera view that you saw on the NASA TV. And that goes to the display unit that the crew looks at. The crew has to interpret that image and decide what to do. And they make commands to the computer and the hand controllers that you saw the crew members deflecting. And those go through our algorithms to determine which jets to fire. And then we have some electronics to pass those commands along. And that causes the vehicle to move, which goes back to the docking camera again. So it's a big loop. And the ProxOps was testing that whole loop to see how it worked. The second category of thing is the docking camera. Cameras in space have historically had problems because the space lighting is very, very tough on cameras. The brights are very bright and the darks are very dark, very high contrast environment. So we've done all the testing we can with the camera on the ground, but there's nothing like testing it in the space environment to see how it will really work. And then the third category of thing is that when we got in close to the ICPS, we're doing very, very, very small maneuvers. They're less than 1/100th of a meter per second velocity change of the vehicle. They're so low that our IMU can't detect them. So we need a target vehicle out in front of us so that we can actually see the motion. So we collected all that data, and now we have some stuff to look at post-flight.
That's fascinating. And I know pilot Victor Glover was really excited to see, and really quickly, we are getting an amazing view right now, I believe, from Orion, and that may be the Earth or the Moon in the very background. It actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Integrity Houston for CCU answer.
Go ahead.
Christina, two options for when you can dump the CCU. One option is today at MET 6 hours 35 minutes, which was during a planned dump time for us, or we can find a time for you to empty the CCU tomorrow.
And how help me out with that math. How long from now is that dump time for today?
About an hour.
And I think we'd prefer to do the dump today during that time.
Copy, Christina, and we'll come back to you around that time, letting you know when you're go to dump the CCU.
Perfect. Thank you.
Some more communications with the crew aboard Orion, calling down to Capcom Amy Dill. And this view on your screen, that is Earth in the center of your screen from the Orion spacecraft. Again, a camera mounted aboard the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us. Now, I want to get back to our interview. Dave, the Deputy Manager of Guidance, Navigation, and Control for Orion, talking about ProcSOP's a really dynamic time. And we heard from NASA astronaut Victor Glover the entire time that he was piloting the spacecraft. And I know that's additional information for your team as well. So what will you interpret from the information about the spacecraft that Victor called down?
Yeah, the crew's comments, Victor's in particular, are very important to us. Obviously, when the crew is manually controlling the spacecraft, we're interested in that task being easy for them to accomplish. So Victor was given a lot of feedback while he was flying. It shows his test pilot background, because that's what test pilots do. They mention the good, the bad, and the ugly as they're flying. So that's a very important part of this. We're actually going to get a score from them of how Orion did. It's called handling qualities. It's a time-tested tradition in the aircraft world that we adopted for spaceflight back in the shuttle days. So they will give us, they will actually give us a score. It's called a handling quality score.
Fascinating. So once you get that score from them, when will you get that? And then what will you do to digest that feedback? What's next for your team?
Yeah, we'll dive into all of this. We'll look at the video and look at the commands that the pilots made, that Victor made, and the way the system responded, and look at the video to make sure the vehicle did what we expected it to do. And we'll look at all of that afterwards. We've gotten Victor's comments live now, but we'll get more post-flight when we interview the crew post-flight.
Well, that's great. And I know that this is not the only time during the mission that the crew is manually flying the vehicle. There's a manual piloting demo coming up in a few days. So is there anything that your team learned today that helps inform how that demo will go, or any preparations?
Yeah, there's actually lots of different kinds of manual piloting tasks. The one that we did today is one of the more complex ones. We did it first because we needed the ICPS to be there, and the ICPS we had a limited amount of time before it had to perform its disposal burn. So these other tasks don't require an ICPS. We'll be doing some tasks of pointing the vehicle. We'll ask the crew to point at a star to simulate a future operation where we need to point the vehicle at a target at long range while the target's still at long range. So there's just lots. We're going to turn jets off to simulate a degraded control system and see how the control system responds. So we have a lot of other manual control tasks coming up.
Definitely a lot of action still to come for your group.
Yeah, and all this is, we're simulating stuff that we need to, we're not simulating, we're flying stuff that we need to fly on a future flight. So by being able to do it now, if we see any funnies in the data or decide we need to make any corrections, we have time to make those corrections before the Artemis II flight. So this is really risk buy down for Artemis III. That's why we're doing this, is to get some of the system tests behind us before we fly the first dockings for real on Artemis III.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a test flight. And with that, I would love to know how you feel after a crew has now piloted Orion for the very first time.
Oh, it's always a great feeling to see something that your team developed go fly for real. I've been around for a while. I've seen this many times, but the luster never fades. It's always fun to actually fly and see your stuff in operation.
I can only imagine. I'm so excited for your team. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see everything that is to come in the upcoming days. So thank you again so much for joining us, Dave Dennemiller, Deputy Manager for Orion's Guidance, Navigation, and Control System.
It was fun. We got 9 more days of fun.
Let's do it. This beautiful view coming from Orion on the Artemis II mission and a camera on the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Spacecraft now over 27,000 miles away from our home planet. We are now 5 hours and 45 minutes mission elapsed time, or 5 hours and 45 minutes since launch of the Artemis II mission. This view looking back on Earth from one of the cameras on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Things will start to get a little quieter from the crew. Of course, we heard quite a lot from them during the Prox operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew the spacecraft around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. With that complete, the crew conducted some troubleshooting for toilet issues they were experiencing earlier, and those have been resolved. They also continued drying and stowing their suits, configuring the cabin for the mission. They will have a private medical conference later today as well to report how they're feeling to teams on the ground. And eventually they'll be able to get into some sleep. Of course, this is not a full night's sleep, as they will have the rest of the mission because they will move into a perigee raise burn. That perigee raise burn timelined for 12 hours and 55 minutes mission elapsed time, so just about 7 hours from now. After that perigee raise burn, they'll get the opportunity to get a few more hours sleep before waking up tomorrow and starting another day.
Integrity Houston, maneuver in 2 minutes for the bearing DFTO.
Integrity copies. And timeline question, would you like us to do the PCS O2N2 med checkout activity?
Indeed we would, and you are go in step 1.1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston, those prop RCS cautions are understood per the maneuver that we're doing now.
We copy.
That call from ground teams to the crew, letting them know that any warnings they see on their screens can be ignored. No action is required of them right now. Those are reported by prop about the reaction control system thrusters. We've seen those a couple of times tonight, and teams on the ground are working a forward path. Right now, they'll be able to quiet those alerts on the crew's displays. Seeing some movement on your screen as Orion moves into its next attitude. Again, this video coming from the tip of a camera on the solar array wing. You also have a great view now of the European Service Module and that OMS engine. That's the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine. So far, not including today, it had been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. The OMS engine provides about 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car on Earth, it would go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 2.7 seconds. Now 5 hours and 55 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew continuing to configure the cabin aboard the spacecraft. Again, a very long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours prior to launch. Now coming up on 6 hours mission elapsed time. 6 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System rocket. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, a camera on its solar array wing looking back at us on Earth. Now we do have 4 astronauts working aboard the spacecraft. The commander is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's a Baltimore native. He's been in space before, and he was a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014, a total 165-day mission, working on science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Reed has 2 daughters. We saw those 2 girls waving at him as he departed the operations and checkout building today, boarded the Astrovan, and went to the launch pad. Artemis II pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected as an astronaut in 2013, when at that time he was serving as a legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020. He launched as the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, that was the first operational mission of our commercial crew program, resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the space station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot. He has more than 3,500 flight hours in over 40 different aircraft. He added a spacecraft to that today as he piloted Orion during the manual flight of the proximity operations demonstration. And he and his wife have 4 children. Next up is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is a mission specialist aboard Artemis II and a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, being in the same class as Victor. She's previously served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, making her the holder of the record for the longest single space flight by a woman. That's 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's now living and working aboard the space station. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. She loves surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Rounding out our crew is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is a first-time flyer and will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon. He is a London, Ontario native and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a Capcom here in Mission Control in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and that's the single person in Mission Control communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to help simulate deep space exploration. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking, and he and his wife have 3 children.
integrity for timeline.
Houston's here.
Okay, Amy, we got the 4K camera encoder installed and the camera is set up. Are we doing scene and voice for PAO or are we skipping that for today?
We do want to do a checkout of the 4K encoder, but we don't need to do scene and voice checks. And Reed, that might have not been clear. We won't be doing a formal scene and voice check for PAO purposes, but we'll do a quick one just for the encoder checkout.
Okay, so there is no PAO event, but we are going to do a 4K encoder checkout. Copy, we're setting it up now.
Good copy. And Integrity Houston, we do have you on video for the 4K encoder checkout.
That is great news. Stand by for audio checks with the wireless mic.
Copy.
Six hours and 10 minutes since liftoff.
Amy, I just did audio with the wireless mic. Did you copy?
You have good audio. And we copy good audio on the handheld mic.
That is great news. We're ready to call 4K encoder checkout complete if you are.
We concur. 4K checkout complete, and whenever you're ready, I have some words about S-band string swap that we're interested in having you all perform. And it is great to see you all wave, 4 smiling voices, and we are really enjoying seeing you up there.
Not as much as we're enjoying being here.
That is true.
And Rise is also smiling at you guys. And we're preparing to be ready for your words about, I think you said S-band. Stand by.
Standing by.
And ahead of our future public affairs events, the crew has completed a checkout of the 4K encoder video and audio. Completing that installation tonight will allow us to have them conduct some events starting tomorrow. This view on your screen coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth. This is coming from a camera mounted on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. Just a little crescent Earth. Now 6 hours and 12 minutes since launch. The first flight of humans aboard Orion.
Houston, integrity on 1. I do not have a notepad, but go with the S-band string, and if I need to get one, I'll get one.
Okay, copy. We know you're doing much cabin config, but first off, we did want to check if the EMIR mass deploy is complete.
Affirmative.
Great, thank you. And then for the S-band string swap, we do want you to perform an S-band string swap back to string 1. We think the communication issues earlier in the mission were due to a ground issue, but we want to confirm good comm on string 1. I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
21.1.3 for S-band string swap. Perform all steps.
And do we have a get well plan if we don't pick you up on the other string?
Checking. And Reed, if you swap to string 1 and you don't have comm with us for 2 minutes, you can swap back to string 2.
Okay, that sounds good. And can Christina go for her PAO teardown activity?
You are go for the PAO deactive activity.
Okay, we copy that, and 21.1.3 is going into work, and we have at least one use on fluids in the toilet, and it works great.
We are so happy to hear that.
And Christina is wondering how long until the CCU dump.
Approximately, standby. Approximately 15 minutes to the CCU dump, and we'll give you a call as a reminder.
Copy. Houston integrity com check on string 1.
Loud and clear, how me?
We have you the same. We are on S-band string 1 primary. Looks good.
We concur, and we will be staying on string 1.
Astronauts aboard Orion calling down to see you. That's the collapsible contingency urinal. As you heard earlier, the crew had some time troubleshooting the toilet. That has since been resolved, and they are now able to empty and process what was used before they used the toilet.
Houston integrity question on CCU dump. Also a status. The O2 N2 med checkout activity is complete.
Copy status, ready for question.
Yes, the CUD-1 ECFA was not installed yet. I have located it, am I go to remove all of the packaging around the connectors and go ahead and connect it to CUD1, or is there a procedure I should be referred to for that?
And Christina, you are go to remove all the packaging and to connect ECFA to CUD1.
Copy all.
Integrity Houston for upcoming conference.
Go ahead for upcoming conference.
Whenever you're ready, we can privatize Orion to Earth 2.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission, first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. Orion is now over 32,000 miles from Earth since launching 6 hours and 48 minutes ago. Again, we're looking at an approximately 10-day mission. The crew will soon be stepping into their private medical conferences. These are scheduled to allow the crew time to report down to the ground on how they are feeling during the mission. Once the crew completes their private medical conferences, they will be able to start winding down and getting into their pre-sleep period. They will have a chance to take a nap, essentially, before waking up for their perigee raise burn monitoring operations. Once perigee raise burn is complete, and again, perigee raise burn is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and we are in a high Earth orbit. Once perigee raise burn is complete, we will have the crew go back to sleep for another several hours before they wake up tomorrow at about 2100 MET, actually about 2000 MET, which is around 1:15 p.m. Houston time, Central Time. It'll be a busy day for the crew tomorrow. They will have their first full day inside the spacecraft. They'll have the opportunity to talk about the vehicle status with the crew in Mission Control Houston. They will also begin exercising. And again, with that private medical conference coming up, we do take the action to privatize the loops so the crew can share however they are feeling with teams here on the ground below, and their health and medical status is protected. The main thing on their timeline tomorrow will be the translunar injection burn. This is the burn that will commit us to flying around the moon, leaving high Earth orbit, and eventually returning back home to Earth after swinging around the moon.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 2 is privatized for your conference.
Houston Integrity on Orion Earth 1.
Houston's here.
You can go ahead and normalize Orion Earth 2, and then Reed is going to have a PCD question. I'm having a little bit of network issues. I need some troubleshooting assistance.
Copy, we will normalize.
Teams here in Mission Control Houston are normalizing the flight loop for Orion to communicate back with the Artemis Mission Control Room. They were able to privatize that flight loop and allow the crew to discuss with flight doctors how they feel after today's launch and events. We plan these private medical conferences throughout the mission for them to report down how they're feeling.
Integrity Houston, we are ready for your PCD questions whenever you are.
Okay, Amy, this is just on PCD1, logged in users, CDR. When I am trying to open Optimus, I am getting an error. Let me open it and try to read the error I'm getting.
We copy so far.
So I get a screen that says, "Welcome to Optimus tablet," with an exclamation point, and it says, "We need to gather some basic information to get you started," and it's got 3 questions. But then laying on top of that, about 1/5 of the size of the PCD, is a pop-up window that says, "Network error. Operating system is reporting access to internet as unavailable. Check to see if device has network capabilities enabled."
We copy, and we are chatting.
Copy. Troubleshooting steps I have tried is I've tried running the network config to Wi-Fi, and I have also tried a shutdown reboot, but I'm open to trying those things again.
Copy your troubleshooting so far.
That's NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about some issues he's having with his portable computing device, or PCD. Those are the tablets that the crew often uses. He's looking to access one of our networks that we use for timeline planning called Optimus. Teams here on the ground are helping him troubleshoot that.
Stowage question when you have a second.
Ready for stowage question.
As we are working on the Eclipse wall, we need new, fresh comfort garment stowage location for Christina and Jeremy. We're having a little bit of trouble finding their new comfort garments because we're going to stow them with the suits.
Copy. We will look that up and get back to you when we have it. Integrity Houston for comfort garment locations.
Go.
Thermal comfort garments for Christina and Jeremy are in Foxtrot 3 CTB large, labeled med kits with a purple label.
Copy, we're checking it out.
Houston integrity for CCU dump, step 6.1, requesting that you deactivate the secondary wastewater dump line heaters.
Copy, thanks for the call. We will go ahead and leave those on for your awareness.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for read PCD troubleshooting.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay, Reed, we suspect the issue with your PCD may be Optimus software. We were able to connect to PCD1 on, we can see it on the network, so with your go, we can remote in and take a look directly.
Yeah, go for it. And then I also see that I have 2 Microsoft Outlooks, and neither one of those are working. If you want to remote in and check Optimus on those 2 Outlooks, that would be awesome.
All right, we will join in on your PCD and we'll let you know when we're done. Integrity Houston, for your awareness, we have increased the ping timeout to 2 hours, 51 minutes to encompass the KUS PDL Compass.
Okay, Amy, we are pretty knee-deep in cabin config. Just confirm we are not expecting a forward or return link LOS for the next little bit.
Correct.
Coming up on 7 hours and 15 minutes since launch today. Orion now over 33,000 miles from Earth. Our 4 crew members aboard getting settled in to the spacecraft. Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down.
Integrity, Houston, 1 minute to DTE handover.
Most recently, Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to discuss his portable computing device and making sure they can get it connected to the network. The crew is getting into the end of their day, a very long day for our astronauts. They are officially in their pre-sleep period, working through that checklist, and will soon be moving into the sleep portion of their day. They're only going to get about 4 hours of sleep before they need to wake up and monitor the perigee raise maneuver burn. That perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And again, we are in a high Earth orbit, a little bit different than what we're used to aboard the International Space Station in a low Earth orbit. At any time, the International Space Station flies about 250 statute miles over the planet, and obviously we are now over 33,000 miles away from our home planet. That perigee raise burn will set Orion up in its proper positioning ahead of the translunar injection burn tomorrow, one of the major milestones on the crew's timeline tomorrow. And that translunar injection burn will be what sends us to the moon and also commits us to coming home. Once the perigee raise burn is complete tonight, that'll be around 6:15 a.m. Houston time. The crew will get to go back to sleep for almost 5 more hours before they wake up. So they will get a total night's sleep, just divided because of that perigee raise burn. This evening, after completing the proximity operations demonstration, the crew has been working in the cabin to stow everything that they've been using so far and configure it for the rest of the mission. Tomorrow, they'll have time for space adaptation, helping them get used to the microgravity environment. They all have a midday meal scheduled at the same time. Of course, again, they will monitor those burn operations and conduct some exercise.
Integrity Houston, comm check on DTE pass.
Houston, we have you loud and clear, Alice.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. We're just going to continue running through cabin config.
We copy.
And Amy, I got a stowage note for you. We stowed our used comfort garments in Ziploc bags in the F4 locker. In the F4 locker in the off-nominal waste management system comfort garment bag, which was empty.
We copy.
7 hours, 26 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket for the Artemis II mission. Our 4 astronauts now over 34,000 miles away from Earth. Throughout the mission, astronaut voices, images, video, and vital mission data
Houston's here. Say again.
For the right RHC, C2 RHC, is there any way you all can open the RPC for that and save us the commanding?
Checking.
Commander Reed Wiseman calling down about the rotational hand controller that was used earlier during the proximity operations demonstration. And again, those communications and data throughout the mission has to travel thousands of miles and is carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, including the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more about those.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the 2 networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Seven hours, 30 minutes since launch of Orion, and we are on,
And Integrity Houston affirm we will perform the right RHC RPC open command from the ground.
Okay, Amy, thank you very much. That helps.
That's Capcom Amy Dill down near the bottom of your screen, and to her right, NASA astronaut Raja Chari communicating with commander of this mission, Reed Wiseman, currently aboard Orion. Wiseman initially called out about the rotational hand controller, and Dill confirmed they would activate the RPC, the remote power controller, to alleviate the crew from having to execute that action. as I was discussing, the crew went on the Deep Space Network just before their proximity operations demonstration earlier tonight. They became the first crew in over 50 years to use the Deep Space Network, as we continuously have people in low Earth orbit aboard the International Space Station, and they use a tracking data relay satellite system. Again, we are going to continue to hear fewer calls from the crew as they are now in their pre-sleep portion of their day. During pre-sleep, the crew gets ready to go to bed for the night. That includes everything from hanging up their sleeping bags to stowing any equipment and personal items to make sure they're not floating about the spacecraft. They also eventually, once all of the rest of their checklist is complete, will install some window shades over the windows aboard Orion. They have the option to do so if they choose. They also have the opportunity to put on earplugs and sleep masks. Of course, this is all crew preference. And eventually, last but not least, turn off the cabin lights and get some rest. 7 hours and 40 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission. Overall, about a 10-day mission. The crew is winding down their day. It's been a long day for them. They woke up about 8 hours prior to launch, so they're on almost a 16-hour-long day at this point, being that it takes quite a while to get suited up and ready for the mission. After launch, the spacecraft completed the perigee raise maneuver and then the apogee raise burn before the crew was able to conduct the ProxOps demo. That is when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion, the first time anyone has done so, and maneuvered it around the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which had just detached from the spacecraft. That demonstration was all to help us prepare for future missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander and descend to the lunar surface. Following the ProxOps demonstration, Orion completed the upper stage separation burn, giving it distance between Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage itself having a disposal burn. Since then, the astronauts have been working about the cabin, stowing their suits that they wore into orbit. Configuring the cabin for the rest of the mission. And they also conducted their private medical conferences, speaking with teams here on the ground about how they were feeling after their launch day. They are now in their pre-sleep portion of the day. They're going to get a few hours of sleep before the apogee raise burn, the perigee raise burn. That'll be at 12:55 MET, so about 6:30 a.m. Houston time, just a little bit before that. That perigee raise burn will lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. We are in a high Earth orbit, now over 35,000 miles from Earth. 7 hours and 56 minutes into the flight of Orion on the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts in their pre-sleep period as Orion is in a high Earth orbit. We're spending approximately 24 hours in this high Earth orbit to allow the crew to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft before committing to going to the moon in tomorrow's translunar injection burn. This is a test flight, so everything with humans aboard this flight is being tested for the first time. This time in high Earth orbit, that approximately 24 hours, allows us to check all of these systems and make sure that they work properly and that we are comfortable flying humans farther than we've gone in over 50 years.
Houston, integrity for cabin transit config steps.
Houston's with you.
First off, can we get a go for step 7?
Checking. Christina, you are go for step 7.
Copy. And I can give you step 8 is complete. Counterbalance pressure is 2,600.
We copy.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to teams here in Artemis Flight Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're continuing to step through some cabin configuration procedures while they're in their pre-sleep period, making sure everything is set up properly before they get some sleep for tonight. On the bottom right of your screen, you see Capcom Amy Dill down toward the left, and up toward the top of that screen is Flight Director Jeff Radigan. It's been just over 8 hours into the flight of Artemis II. A successful liftoff and ascent for Orion into a high Earth orbit where we find them now, over 36,000 miles away from our home planet.
Houston, integrity in cabin config, step 4 and step 7 are complete.
Copy. Step 4 and 7 complete. And we wanted to let Reed know that we are done remoting into his PCD-1. We were able to resolve the issue with Optimus, and for Outlook, we were able to get it open. It will show offline, which is expected.
Okay, he copies.
Those calls from Capcom to the crew about an issue Commander Reed Wiseman was experiencing earlier with his PCD, his personal computer device, or portable computer device, I should say, which is how he accesses the internet during the flight. One of those things being Optimus, or the timeline for the crew that they use each day, as well as his email. And the teams here on the ground have worked to properly configure that device for his use. As the crew continues their pre-sleep period of today's timeline, some quick facts about Orion. Of course, our 4 crew members are in the crew module, and they have about 60% more cubic volume than Apollo, 60% more. That's about the size of 2 minivans, in total 330 cubic feet habitable volume. When we had a view inside earlier, we did see some of their displays and controls, including the 3 display units that the crew is able to monitor and help command the vehicle with. Earlier, we heard pilot Victor Glover using some of the rotational and translational hand controllers. There are 2 rotational hand controllers and 2 translational hand controllers. And something that the crew will be working on tomorrow is exercising. This will be the first time that they exercise in Orion, and one of the devices they will be using is called the Flywheel. This is a compact and power-free system that allows daily aerobic and resistive workouts aboard Orion. The Flywheel supports exercises like rowing, squats, and deadlifts, and they are able to adjust the resistance levels as needed. Of course, aboard the International Space Station, we have much larger devices used for exercise for the crew members, but on Orion, in a much more compact space, we needed a more compact solution. In this animation, you can see the 4 solar arrays aboard Orion. There is a camera on the tip of each solar array. We had some beautiful views of Earth from one of those cameras earlier, and we are looking forward to some incredible views of the moon as we fly by on flight day 6. Each of those solar arrays has 3 panels on it, and each of those panels is about 6.5 feet by 6.5 feet. So the length of each array nearly total 23 feet. Each of those arrays would provide enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. 8 hours and 23 minutes into the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. Our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, lifted off today atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They had a smooth ride to orbit and have since completed all required burns to put them in the proper high Earth orbit where they are now. Earlier today, we also saw them transition to the Deep Space Network. This is the first time in over 50 years that we've had humans back on the Deep Space Network. We have had humans living and working aboard the International Space Station for over 25 continuous years now, but they they communicate through the tracking data relay satellite systems. That was one of many milestones for the crew today. We also saw them complete the perigee raise maneuver, the apogee raise burn, modifying Orion's orbit around the Earth, and keeping us in that high Earth orbit. Being in this high Earth orbit for over 24 hours allows the teams and the crew to check out the systems aboard the spacecraft before conducting the translunar injection burn tomorrow. The translunar injection burn is what will commit the crew and the spacecraft to flying by the moon on flight day 6, and that burn also serves as the deorbit burn for the spacecraft. The ability to use the translunar injection burn as the deorbit burn is because of a free return trajectory, where we're harnessing the moon and the Earth's gravity to pull us back home. Crew aboard Orion also conducted the proximity operations demonstration, namely pilot Victor Glover manually flying Orion in relation to the recently separated interim cryogenic propulsion stage. He commanded the spacecraft to move in as close as 10 meters or 30 feet away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and a faux docking target, essentially, allowing them to practice and learn what it's like to manually fly the spacecraft. This helps us understand and learn a lot about flying Orion manually, as we may need to do so for future docking operations ahead of lunar landing missions. Shortly thereafter, the upper stage separation burn occurred, taking Orion farther away from the ICPS, and that interim cryogenic propulsion stage had its own disposal burn thereafter. Since that time, the crew has been stowing their suits, getting their cabin configured, getting ready for bed. They had their private medical conference in which they were able to speak with teams on Earth about how they were feeling following the day's events. They are now in their pre-sleep period and are configuring the spacecraft by hanging up their sleeping bags. They also have the option to put some window covers over the windows in Orion to make sure no other light comes in, and we will get them some sleep. Their sleep period tonight is interrupted by the perigee raise burn, so they'll get about 4 hours of sleep here to start, and then wake up for those perigee raise burn operations. A perigee raise burn means we are lifting the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. And after that's complete, the crew will go back to sleep for about another 4 hours before they wake up and start flight day 2. You're looking at a live view from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in the White Flight Control Room just down the hall from the International Space Station Flight Control Room where you usually see us. And this is the Orbit 1 shift. You'll probably start to see some folks filtering in and out of the room as we will expect handover to take place around 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Just like Mission Control, we'll be monitoring the flight of the crew for 24/7 all throughout the mission. We will also be live during that time. You can find us as you're watching us right now on YouTube on NASA's account. 8 hours and 40 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission and the Orion spacecraft. This view from Mission Control Houston, and specifically the White Flight Control Room, which is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Our 4 crew members aboard Orion: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut, are getting into the sleep period of their day. They've had a very long day, having woken up about 8 hours before liftoff, spending that time getting suited up, waving goodbye to family and friends, riding out to the launch pad, boarding the spacecraft, waiting for liftoff, and then monitoring all of the steps through ascent. The crew is in a high Earth orbit right now, and the next major milestone for them will come in the middle of their sleep period. They will wake up in about 4 hours for the perigee raise burn. That is to lift the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and again, they are in a high Earth orbit right now. Once the perigee raise burn is complete, they'll get the chance to go back to sleep for a little while. The view on your screen, clearly an animation of Orion, showing we are over 38,000 miles from Earth. The crew is in their pre-sleep period, or actually they've moved into their sleep period. And this visualization coming to you from the ARROW website, that's Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You are able to access this on your own computer or cellular device if you so choose. We're happy to share it with you here when we don't have views from the spacecraft, but at any time you can log on, search for Artemis II, AROW, ARROW, and you will be able to find this on nasa.gov.
Integrity, Houston, for AGA readings when able.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, sorry to pester you during your sleep period. I know you guys are finishing up cabin config. When you can, we will take AGA readings.
Okay, I just turned it on, so I guess I'll give it 5 minutes and then we'll give you a call.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Capcom Amy Dill calling up to the crew about their AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew is able to, and is timelined to take readings of the atmosphere inside Orion. Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard this spacecraft, and so we are looking to learn about what is existing inside the cabin and with the CO2 output of the crew and how the ECLIS system is working, and these readings help us determine that.
And Amy, we'll just sync up with you on where we got to on cabin transit config, and then we'll pick up the rest when we're awake.
Sounds good to us.
All right, we already called down. We're complete through step 4. Step 5 we skipped for now. Step 6 we also skipped. Steps 7 and 8 are complete. Step 9 and through 11 are complete.
We copy all so far.
Yep, and that's about it. Looking at the rest, we haven't really tidied all the rest of that stuff up, so we'll have to get to that tomorrow.
Okay, we copy.
8 hours, 52 minutes since the launch of Artemis II and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Houston integrity, couple sync questions. First one, just because today's been a little bit jumbled, are we safe to assume that any toilet non-use that's not per Optimus you would call up? We're thinking about calling you to see if we can use it for the next 20 minutes or so before we sleep, and instead wanted to check that assumption.
Checking.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to make sure that they are able to use the toilet. There are times during the mission when they are asked not to do so.
And Christina, you are good to use toilet all night.
Copy, good to use it all night, including the toilet unavailable that we see on Optimus. Thank you for that. And speaking of all night, what time should we expect our wake-up music?
Checking. And Christina, to answer your question for wake-up music, it'll be towards the end of post-sleep after the second sleep period.
Copy. We thought we provided enough songs for even waking after the nap, but no worries. We will set our own alarms for PRB. Thank you.
And Christina, you are indeed correct, and we checked our song inventory, and we do have a song for a wake-up for PRB ops, so we will provide that.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. And may we request that around 12:30 MET?
Yes, we will provide that 12:30 MET.
Fantastic. Thanks for an awesome first day. We are climbing into our sleeping bags.
Okay, and to end that day, whenever the 5-minute timer is up for the AGA readings, we'll take those, and then we'll bid you a good night.
Hey, Amy, I can give you those now. CO2, 3.4. O2, 18.8. Pressure, 14.55. Temperature, 65.8.
We copy all, Christina, and with that, it has been a fantastic day with you all, and good rest, and we look forward to working with you tomorrow.
We do as well. Take care, guys.
All of those communications with NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down to Mission Control Houston, and specifically here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, speaking with Capcom Amy Dill about the schedule for the night. She provided some AGA readings near the end of their communications there, the anomaly gas analyzer readings of the gases that they have in the cabin. Also discussing when their wake-up song will be played. We expect to hear that just before the perigee rays burn. Again, they're settling into their sleep period right now for just a few hours. That'll be interrupted by that perigee rays burn and the operations that they'll need to conduct to monitor that before going back to sleep for about 4 more hours. The crew has configured their sleeping bags within Orion, and we don't anticipate to hear from them for the next few hours while they're getting some well-deserved and much-needed sleep.
And Amy, as we prepare for sleep, we might have a few more questions. Do we need PCD3 wired, or can we leave it wireless?
Checking. PCD3 can be wireless.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.